all my dear colleagues, dear friends, and dear brothers, dear sisters, dear researchers. I would like to say good morning, good afternoon, good night, and because all of the researchers from all over the country and the world have been watching us, and thank you very much for again coming to our conference, International Conference of Energy, Economy, and Security. Now we're going to have the sixth of this conference, and it's a very global, international, and a very prestigious conference. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic process, we have to continue this conference online. I remember our heyday last year. We came all of us together from different countries, my colleagues and my researcher friends. It was such a nice and very qualified conference. We're all together. We gave hugs to each other. We talked and we share our technical information and technologies and science and knowledge. And all good things we shared, and we had very nice memories. But unfortunately, just because of the pandemic, we are all different in different places, and then we can just see each other via computer screens. But anyway, thanks to IT technologies, we could come together. Now, as you may guess, we are going to discuss the pandemic effects or COVID-19 effects or impacts of it to different sectors, but particularly on the energy sector and on the global economy. And also in this year, we invited very qualified international keynote speakers, and then we have also very qualified papers from all over the world, from China, from Australia, from Canada, from United States, from European countries, and also from Middle East. Thank you very much for all the participants who sent their papers to our conference, and hopefully they will have the opportunity to be published in very qualified journals such as JAMA and also Resources Bulletin and other journals. So for this time, of course, we are going to discuss a little bit with my brother Shafaz. But before I start, I would like to send all my special thanks to very specific and very qualified good friends of mine, to Professor Seyfettin Erdoğan, and then to my colleague Mohammed Shahbaz, my brother, and also to Professor Mohammed Ali Nasser, and of course, very qualified academicians, Professor Bernard Tansel and Gary Campbell. Those very qualified people, very nice people, always help each other and help us to improve the quality of this conference. And hopefully we will have a very qualified, very good scientific conference. And in the end, we can also have a discussion about it. And this time now, I would like to invite Professor Mohammed Shahbaz for his greetings also. Thank you very much. everybody, and dear audience. Now we are with Professor Shahbaz, and then Professor Shahbaz, thank you very much for just coming to our conference and also for supporting our conference. You are the chief organizer, and then just because of your scientific support, the conference became international and very qualified. Thank you very much. And now let's listen to you because everybody would like to hear your voice and then your greetings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ifer. So, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and hello to everybody. So, it's nice to see you everybody online due to COVID-19. So, at one point, I think this is a very terrible time in the history of world. But there is IT, there are some, possibilities. Just see you face to face via online. Okay. So, welcome to International Congress Conference of Energy, Economy, and Security. So basically, last year we all met with our esteemed colleagues. I remember some very good memories with Baron Tensels, Gary Campbell, and some other good professors like Giri. So this time, due to this COVID, we could not see each other on basically physically. So during the conference, we had many beautiful memories and fascinating trips in Istanbul. Just a year later, we are struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic that has deeply impacts on all countries on at global level. So I hope we will be successful in combating this disaster. I have full faith in this, and I hope everybody is with me on this page. So due to pandemic reasons, we decided to make ENSCON online. And I think now world is just running online. So ENSCON is the output of a very important effort. So for their contribution to the success of our conference and their contribution to academic quality, we would like to express our endless gratitude to Professor Dr. Baron Tensel, Professor Dr. Gary Campbell, and to all other keynote speakers. I would like to express my special thanks to my dear brother, Professor Dr. Shaftan Erdogan, Professor Dr. Aifer Gidki, and Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Nasir. So, my dear researchers, high quality papers are submitted to ENSCON. The papers that will make significant contributions to the literature, especially on energy and environmental issues, will be presented. The COVID-19 pandemic will not only threaten the whole world in the field of health, but will also lead to irreversible changes and transformations in all areas. It is certain that there will be sectoral changes and transformation during and after the pandemic. No doubt about that. In addition to creating important new roadmaps in the health, tourism, and transportation sectors, which are sectors most affected by the pandemic, some sectors whose importance was not noticed before came to the force. In addition to the medical and pharmaceutical industry, health, tourism, and IT technologies are being used very effectively in many areas, especially in education and health. So one of the most important things that the COVID-19 taught us is that a production methodology that is less harmful to human health and environmentally sensitive productions should be emerged. Besides, the struggle against the pandemic has taught that every country cannot cope with this disease on its own, and how necessary international solidarity is. Macroeconomic developments and changes at national and global level in the axis of energy and environmental economy will be discussed by respected scientists in ENSCON. After this conference, the online Congress book with an ISBN number will be published. I think this is the common practice in every conference. For the use of policymakers, selected papers will have the opportunity to publish in JIMA, Journal of Environmental Management special issue, and the resources policy. Some paper will be considered for the review and publication process in resources policy after the blind review process. I hope the pandemic will come out of our lives as soon as possible and will organize ENSCON next year physically with the same enthusiastic activities and efforts. Also, please prepare your papers for our international conference on contemporary issues in finance, trade, and macroeconomy. Basically, it's called ECOFINT. So that will be organized between 3 to 4 April 2020. I wish a nice and successful ENSCON Congress. So thank you very much for everybody just to listen my these few words.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor, for your greetings. And then I hope we're going to have a very qualified conference with your great support. Thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor. It was so nice to see your face because we have been talking on the phone, but unfortunately, almost a year passed and then we couldn't see each other due to pandemic. We were planning to have a very good conference and then to come together and then have a nice time in Istanbul, but unfortunately, we couldn't. But inshallah, we will have it next year conference or maybe in April if everything is okay and if the vaccination or other health processes is done, and then we can come together. Now, dear audience, we're going to start with our opening panel, and just we kind of request your patience for a few minutes, and we're going to contact with the keynotes from all over the world. And thank you very much. We're going to return back in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, and dear audience, dear participants, hello back again. And now we're going to start our opening panel. The first speaker, the first researcher is going to be very qualified and very well known, Professor Soteris Caligari. And he's from Cyprus, not very far from us. And dear Professor Caligari, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much. And we're gonna listen his presentation, and the title of the presentation will be Renewable Energy Systems, Current Status in the World and the Prospects. And then we're gonna listen you, dear professor. Thank you very much for your contribution again.
Thanks a lot. As you see from this introductory slide, I'm involved in a number of activities. The main ones is that I'm the editor-in-chief of Renewable Energy Journal, you see at the bottom right corner, and of Energy Journal, which is shown on the opposite side. Both of them enjoy a very high impact factor, as you notice from the note on top of the screenshot of the journal. And I'm doing actually this kind of presentation as part of my activities as an editor of renewable energy. So I'm going to talk about renewable energy in the world, in other words, the installed capacities, see the prospects, to see how the technology moves. And also I'm going to talk about some hot research areas and things like that. So I don't know why it's not, let me check. This is an outline of this presentation. We'll start with a short introduction, talking a little bit about climate change. Then I'm going to talk about the status of various renewables you see on this list. And as I said, I'm going to talk about prospects and new research. I know that this speech is not very well fitted to the scope of this conference, which is actually on COVID things and the pandemic that affects the whole world. Renewables are affected in some respect also in the sense that they retarded a little bit the installations of new systems. However, this will be notified or will be noticed in the various reports we're going to use and present in this presentation in the next year. For the various technologies, I'm going also to give an outline of the technology as well. So I will start with an introduction. As I say here, is that there is a convincing evidence nowadays, because we see scenes like this on our news almost every night, that something is happening with the climate, something which affects the climate. And this is supposed to be the CO2. I'm not a climate scientist, so I'm not going to claim that I know very well what is happening. However, it's something that is noticeable, and it is evident anymore that it is based on CO2, which is based also on fossil fuel emissions, burning and emissions to the atmosphere. So let me see why it's not changing this. Okay. A few years ago, we were using the term global warming to describe what is going on. However, nowadays, we use a better term, which is climate change, which better represents what's happening, because we don't only have warm summers, but also have very unstable winters. And here is one figure from the last few months that happened in India, with a lot of flooding, a lot of people that is left their homes because of the flooding that occurred in their areas. They lost their properties. So nowadays we even have this new term called climate refugees, meaning the people that have lost their property or their house because of climate effects. If we go a little bit more scientifically now and try to see what happened in the last 400,000 years, this is a representation of the CO2 concentration and the temperature anomaly in the last 400,000 years from samples that Korean scientists took from the Vostok ice cores in East Antarctica, and by analyzing these samples, we are able to reproduce the climate that occurred during that period at the time that these layers were deposited on the ice cores. So as you see, and people that they say that, I'm not sure if my mouse is shown, however, I think it is. As you see, every 100,000 years, about 100,000 years, there was a peak. So people that they say that, okay, we are now in another peak, why should we worry about it? Yeah, this is in a sense true. However, if you notice from this diagram here, you notice that the ppm, which is on the right scale, it never been more than 300, whereas the present day is more than 400. This means that something affects the climate, which is responsible, and the human beings are responsible for that. If we try to see the CO2 in the last 1,000 years, we get a figure like this one. And then you see from 1,000 until 1,850, there was a smooth and, let's say, stable situation with CO2 levels below 300, below 290 even ppm in the atmosphere. Something suddenly something happened. And what actually happened was that the 1850, about that year, there was an industrial revolution where we designed the first steam engines using coke originally, or carbon, and then subsequently diesel, the diesel engine, and so on. So from there on, as you see, the curve goes upstairs and upwards very quickly. If we want to see the CO2 now, you can visit this website. And of course, I did that a few weeks ago or months ago. And the figure in August 2020, you see, is 412.55. So it's more than 400 already. This means that something which affects the climate is CO2, which is definitely above any figure that existed before. Before we go into renewables, I want to give you just a screenshot of the conventional fuel reserves that we have. And as you see here, coal will last for more than 100 years, crude oil about 50 years because of shale oil that we found in some former occasions in the various places of the world, and natural gas for another, let's say, 50 years or so. And the main problem here is not the reserve, which of course will last, let's say, 50 years or so, but the biggest problem are the environmental issues related to the use of these fuels and the burning of these fossil fuels. And the two major countries that contribute to the most to the polluting of the planet is China and India. I'm mentioning these countries not because I'm against this, for God's sake I'm not, but because China is also doing very well with renewables as well. So we want to avoid this kind of scenes, to see these huge quantities of smoke or methane gases going into the atmosphere. So, as I said, we're going to concentrate on renewable energy systems. Here we're talking about solar power, either solar thermal or photovoltaic, hydro system, wind energy system, and biomass, biogas, and biofuels. Giving first an overall indicator, an overview of the whole situation concerning the planet, you see that some noticeable figures here is that the total renewables, installed renewable capacity is almost 2,600 gigawatts, which about half of it, because you see without hydro, the second figure below, it's about half of it, 1,437. Other noticeable figures are the 351 gigawatts for the wind power, the 627 gigawatts for the solar PV, and of course the 1.4 exajoules for the thermal energy from solar thermal collectors. If we try to see now what is the situation concerning the total total final energy consumption, and this is for a year before in 2018, you'll see that almost 80% is based on fossil fuels. Thank God only 2.2 is based on nuclear because of the problems related to this technology, and the rest is basically renewables. So renewables are quite improving year by year. If you see now the situation only in electricity production, you'll see that this situation here is better with more than 27% based on renewable. More than half of it is hydropower, as you see on the diagram on the right. However, I'm going to give much more details in the coming slides for these details. Or rather, the obstacles that we face usually in the renewable energy system penetrations are usually two. The first one is the price, and the second is the permission procedure. Starting with the second one, which generally in European Union we need to simplify this procedure, because nowadays you need more than 2 or sometimes 3 years of permission procedures in order to get a license to install a renewable energy system. On one hand, we have this policy to install more and more renewables. On the other hand, we create all these bureaucratic, let's say, procedures which take time. This needs to be simplified. Concerning price here, the diagram here shows, and the gray scale here is the fossil fuel power cost range. In other words, the fossil fuels fall in this area where the gray area is presented, and the various renewables, and you see between 2010 and 2017, and you see that for the 2017 prices, almost all of them except CSP are well within the limits of the fossil fuel range. In other words, this means that the renewables are not more expensive than the fossil fuel. So we have no excuse actually not to use renewables and use fossil fuels. Without going into details, another dimension that I want to stress here is that is the social aspect. In other words, this figure here shows, this table here shows the number of people working in jobs related to renewables. And as you see from the figure here down at the bottom, almost 11 million people are working on jobs related to renewables. Okay, Next, we are going to examine the various types of renewables, the various areas of renewable energy systems separately, starting with the solar thermal power. Here we are talking about systems utilizing either the thermal radiation or the light of the solar radiance. In the first category, we have the solar thermal systems. We have here the low temperature systems, mostly for water heating and industrial and low temperature industrial processes, and the high temperature systems, mostly for CSP, concentrated solar power, and high temperature industrial processes. In the second category, the systems that usually that use the light, we have solar photovoltaics. Starting with the collectors, the thermal collectors first, starting with the low temperature collectors, the typical types, as I said, I'm going to give an overview of the various technologies, is the flat plate collectors, the vacuum tube collectors, and the copper and parabolic collectors, which comes usually in two fashions, let's say, either imitating the flat plate collector in the sense that the absorber plate is a CPC type absorber, or it's a big bowl shown on the diagram on the left side here. Concerning capacity, as you see here, we have a steady and increased use of this kind of collectors year after year. Actually, last year we have a slight drop, but this is for some reasons which are not of interest to mention here. And what other thing which is important to show here is mostly we based our use on the glazed collectors, and very few are of the unglazed type, which means the unglazed type is used just for preheating, usually because of the high thermal losses that these collectors show. With respect to the collector type used, worldwide the mostly used collector type is the vacuum tube, mainly because of the installations in China, because they produce now these collectors in China at a very low price, whereas worldwide, or rather in Europe only, the mostly used type is the flat plate collector shown in the bottom figure here. I would like to say a few words about the research that led to several new innovations lately. The first one is the use of polymeric materials for the manufacture of solar thermal absorbers, and this is used for two purposes: to reduce the cost due to lower raw material and manufacturing cost, and also reduce the weight compared to copper or aluminium that traditionally are used for the construction of these collectors. We have the use of nanofluids for the improved heat transfer, the new transparent covers with anti-reflective coatings for high optical transmission, and the use of high vacuum and noble gases, and the development of new selective absorber with low emission coatings and also high absorption in order to improve the performance of the collector. Finally, we have the development of temperature-resistant super insulated materials, and as you understand, by insulating more the collectors, we avoid more thermal losses, and we have a better performance of the solar thermal system. Moving on to the second category, where we have the high temperature systems. Here we have four basic technologies: the parabolic trough collector with these typical installations that were done in Mojave Desert in California in the early 80s and still working until now, more than 40 years of continuous operation. The linear Fresnel, the solar dishes which come in various fashions as you see in these diagrams, and the solar tower, which is one central tower with many heliostats, as are called, which are mirrors following the sun individually, focusing on one common target as you see on top of a tower. Concerning capacity here, the values, the figures here are not as big as the other category I have shown before. However, they are improving. As you see, we have lately, the latest figure, 6.2 gigawatts of installed capacity. And you see also the leading countries there. And many CSP systems are now under development in many countries of the world, mainly in the MENA region, Middle East and North African region, as it's called, because they enjoy a very high amount of irradiance, these countries. And also all new facilities incorporate nowadays some kind of thermal storage so as to have the system operating even during nighttime or early nighttime, if not completely the whole night. The other category, the next category is photovoltaics. Here we have four basic categories. We have from right to left here the polycrystalline, monocrystalline, and amorphous silicon, and also we have the other thin film technologies that we have depositions of the photovoltaic material on membranes that can be used, as you see here, either flexible or practically on any surface. Usually, these kind of cells are very cheap. However, they still suffer from stability problems. Once this is solved, we will have, I think, a major, let's say, expansion of the PV technology as well. However, photovoltaics are not doing bad. As you see from the diagram, there is a certain use and certain expansion on the use of photovoltaics. And actually, every year we have the breaking of a new threshold, starting from 2015, where for the first time the 200 gigawatts threshold was reached. Next year 300, 2017 400, 2018 500, and last year we have 627 gigawatts. The total installed capacity of the world, with 150 gigawatts installed just in 2019. As it says here at the bottom, during 2019, at least 150 gigawatts of solar PV power was added worldwide, and this is equivalent to the installation of more than 50,000 solar panels every hour. As a figure by itself is amazing, 50,000 panels every hour worldwide, of course. However, this is increasing year by year, as you see, and I'm expecting to see some more increases in the coming years because of the convenience and the fact that photovoltaics produce directly electricity from the sun. The table showing the top 10 countries are shown here. As you see here, for the 2019, China was the first country in the world with 30.1 gigawatts. European Union comes second, and United States third. And worldwide, the cumulative installed capacity, again, China leads the world with 205 almost gigawatts. European Union with 132 almost gigawatts, and United States with 76 almost gigawatts. With respect to the research and in the area of PV, of course, we target here higher performance cells and modules in order to produce more electricity per square meter. We have the use of nanomaterial applications, either both for the manufacture and also for the operation of these panels. For example, nowadays we have the development of nano-coated self-cleaning surface so as to avoid cleaning all these thousands of square meters with water or whatever it means. And of course, we have the advanced manufacturing techniques. Also, the target or the scope here is to move it to the very big systems. This used to be, at the time that was built some years ago, the biggest one with 8.22 megawatt. Some years ago, 3-4 years ago, I visited this plant in China with 66 megawatts. At the time, was the biggest one. However, nowadays it's not the biggest one. The biggest is this one, again in China, with 1,547 megawatt. It's in Deger Desert in Inner Mongolia, and covers a solar field of 1,200 square kilometers. A huge application. However, this figure alone, just to give you an example, is twice the installed power of all power stations that we have here in Cyprus, for example, my country. Moving on to the next category, the hydropower. This comes in a variety of sizes with a very large, bigger than 10 megawatt. Here, the biggest one is the 18 gigawatt scheme in 3 gorges in China. These are 3 rivers which meet at one point, and there they built a big dam in order to protect the areas from flooding and also produce all these gigawatts of electricity. We have small hydro 1 to 10 megawatt, mini hydro 100 kilowatts to 1 megawatt, micro hydro of less than 100 kilowatt. Even finally today we have pico hydro with less than 5 kilowatts. It means that even if you have a small stream of water, you can put this pico hydro turbine and produce some power out of it. Concerning the installed capacity worldwide, you see China is leading again the world here with 28%, and we have some other countries shown here with Brazil, Canada, United States, and 70% is this category of countries here. Even Turkey is shown here with 3% because of the Ataturk, I think that is the name of the dam that is being built in Turkey a few years ago. Moving on to the next category, the wind power. Here we have 3 basic systems. We have the onshore, the offshore, and the building integrated wind powers, wind turbines, as you see here. With respect to the annual additions, you see that wind power is also doing very well with increases year by year. Last year, we have an addition of 60 gigawatt and a total figure of 651. Concerning the offshore wind, the situation is not as big as the previous one. However, as you see here, first of all, Europe is doing very well here with the yellow part is the installations in Europe. We have total 29 gigawatts. And actually, the offshore wind offers one serious advantage and one serious disadvantage. The advantage is that the same turbine, when installed offshore, can produce 20% more power because of the lack of boundary effects. In other words, there are no mountains, no buildings, no trees, no nothing, because the sea is flat. And also, but also one major disadvantage because, and this is the fact that you have to install them into the beach, into the sea. And it's not, okay, it's not the technology that we don't know, but it costs more. Concerning wind, generally we can say that wind has become the least cost option for new power generating capacity in an increasing number of markets, of course, provided that you have the wind resource. And there are plenty of countries that use, they have strong winds, so this is a very good technology to use. Moving on to the last category, which is biomass. This comes in a variety of forms, either biomass, biogas, biofuels like biodiesel, and also some people consider waste as a biomass in either municipal solid waste or landfills. But usually the term includes supplying renewable energy from forest residues and energy crops, either as wood or from the leaves of the trees. The biomass, concerning biomass, the question is food for fuel. In other words, use land that we cultivate to produce food in order to produce biomass, or to use the food to satisfy the hunger of the people. And this is a big question, of course, and the idea here is to use land which is not cultivated before for producing food, and cultivate that land with special trees like the poplar trees shown here, which in 3 years become so big as shown in the middle photograph here. And if you have a planned cultivation and cropping, you can have a continuous supply of biomass continuously. The bigger problem, of course, here is biofuels, and the reason that we have so many millions of cars on the streets every day. This is a picture from the United States where everything is exaggerated. However, with 200 million cars on the street in the United States, they need 3.5 million barrels of oil per day. Of course, here you can see the prospects for biofuels, and if we can satisfy even part of this demand with biofuels. Concerning the shares worldwide, you see that we basically based our supply of heat on non-biomass supply, and only 12% is on biomass, either traditional or modern bioenergy as is shown here. Concerning the installations and the over the countries, you see again EU, which is the last yellow part, is doing very well here, with some other countries that you see here as well. And the total installed power that we have today, or production, let's say, is 591 terawatt hours. With respect to the type of fuel, the ethanol and biodiesel are the most produced fuels that we use in this area. I will finish with giving an overview of other areas of renewables. The first category is the ocean energy system, either wave, tidal, energy conversion, or OROTEC, ocean thermal energy conversion. Total installed capacity nowadays is 535 megawatts, and this is the 2019 figure. This is a well-known technology. However, the problem here is that usually it occurs at areas, for example, the middle of an ocean, that nobody lives there. So we have, again, here the problem of energy transportation. The other category is geothermal, either deep geothermal or shallow geothermal. You see with the geysers here we have in the United States and Iceland. This is the figure here with the house is on the shallow geothermal. The total installed capacity is 13.9 gigawatts for power, which occurs with the deep geothermal, because here we have high pressure, high temperature steam coming out, and 421 picajoules of heat. And the last category I want to mention is hydrogen and fuel cells. Some people consider hydrogen as the energy carrier, some consider it wrongly as fuel of the future. This may be the case. However, my idea is that we are going to pass first through the electrification of transportation, and then we move to hydrogen. Maybe in 40 or 50 years where we'll run out of conventional fuels. With respect to prospects and hot research areas, of course, the objective here is to increase the efficiency of various renewable energy technologies, design renewable energy components at the lowest possible cost in order to be able to introduce them more easily into the market. Many countries and many regions of the world consider nowadays the extensive use of renewable energy systems. Many such areas consider even the energy transformation in order to convert it to 100% renewables. Of course, in order to do this, we need to have high share of renewables, and because most of them are unstable, it means that we have to have some kind of storage, and of course, we need to have also power system transformation in order to allow this high penetration of renewables into the system. And of course, as I said, storage integration, it's a big issue here. And even now we have some systems called smart energy systems that are already developed. And of course, we are talking about effective coupling not only for electricity, but also for heating, cooling, and transportation. However, as I said, for transportation, we'll pass first through the electric vehicles. And just a figure and I will finish here. The electric car stock, you see, again, the figures increasing year by year, with China leading the world. But the total figure, we're talking about 7.2 million electric cars, which are on the streets, on the world streets in 2019. Before closing, I would like to acknowledge my sources. As you see, this is based on various international reports that are printed worldwide and published worldwide and are freely available on the internet. And I would like to conclude saying that there are a lot of possibilities to use effectively renewable energy technologies. There are nowadays more cost-effective options than conventional fuels, or competitive, let's say, cost options compared to conventional fuels. We should never underestimate the climate problem, because it affects our lives, and sometimes it will hit us as well, no matter where you live. And I think it's in our hands to use the resource effectively and in a best possible way, because it's also something which is freely available and friendly to the environment, so we don't fear about harming the environment more. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I think the organizer will take the floor now.
Okay, dear Professor Roy, thank you very much for your great contribution to our conference. It was a remarkable paper, and then we're sorry for waking you up early in the morning, but you're in Cyprus. I guess it was not a great deal for you, right?
It's a very good time now, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And dear audience and dear participants, we're gonna now go to Brazil now after Cyprus, and we're gonna invite Professor Cecilia. And then we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back again in a very short time. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
I don't see what I'm doing. I can't see the person. Let me try here. Sorry. Okay. Well, it's really a pleasure to participate of the International Congress of Energy, Economy and Security. I thank very much the organizers. Although I would prefer to be in Turkey and not here at 6 a.m. But thank you very much. About the hidden costs of environmental renewable energy. More and more, we talk about the need to change our energy metrics to renewables. And the increased use of we are increasing the use of renewables for transportation and electricity. Today, I would like to invite you to reflect about some issues that I do not feel that are enoughly discussed in the literature. The energy demand is increasing, and the prediction is to increase further all over the world. Every country has its features, its aspects, but all over the world, the renewable energy is increasing. But what are the options that we have, and are they really an option? Or how is the stand of each option? So, the most common forms of non-fossil fuels energies are nuclear, hydro, and biomass. And also we have wind and solar. Well, each one brings some benefits and different impacts on the environment. But each one has always limits, especially on their applications. Of course, we do not think about a car running on nuclear. And each one is still a partial replacement for fossil fuels and have to be adapted to their viability and to their best uses. In my country, Brazil, the main alternative fuel is ethanol. We have been developing ethanol since the oil crisis in the 70s, and ethanol production is increasing, especially from sugarcane since then. Most of our cars are fueled by ethanol, or they are flex, which means that we can choose if we buy gas or ethanol, mostly depending on the price that varies according to the seasons. But even now, ethanol is still subsidized by the government or the society, both. The other renewable that we use a lot, as expected, from a large country with large areas for crop production is biodiesel. Biodiesel is our second main alternative fuel in regard to renewable energies. Different regions grow different crops. We have palm oil in the north, northeast, and we have soybean, rapeseed, and sunflower in the south. The biodiesel production is also increasing a lot in the last years, both for internal use and exports. And we have plans to reach more than 60 billion liters per year in the next 15 years. Well, the potential of biofuels is really hard to estimate. There is a growing use of first-generation biofuels derived from edible parts of food crops such as sugarcane and maize, which are often blended with gasoline, and biodiesel and diesel. And there is a growing discussion on to which extent this fuel we will use land that will compete with food. The discussion about the food, energy, water nexus is very hot in these days. And there is also a difficulty of assessing accurately the real greenhouse emissions of the whole supply chain. When we account for all counterbalance emissions, crop harvesting, the use of tractors, the use of diesel, fertilizers, and so on, and also the emissions of nitrogen in the agricultural phase, we have really a difficulty to account for the reductions of emissions using this kind of fuel. The answer of the sector is the search for new methods to increase yield or to decouple their production from that of food, looking for land that's not adapted or proper for food plantation. So we use conversion by using enzymes and gasification and so on. Another option they are seeking in the sector is the second generation biofuels. The advanced biofuels have been successfully commercialized, and they have the potential to lower the cost of biofuels to levels that are closer to those of conventional gasoline. However, the rate at which progress can be made is slightly uncertain of the present. We see a lot of increases in every area, but the increase is far from reach the total replacement of fossil fuels. And the main production of biofuels still relies on edible oil. So we have to think about it. Brazil, a large country, has as main concern fuels for transportation. We are investing a lot on renewables for transportation. But for electricity generation, we have, fortunately, an energy matrix of about 80% hydro. So our heavy investment is on biofuels. But this is not the case of Europe, for example, that import biofuels from us and from other developing countries. Europe is investing heavily in solar and wind for electricity. And if we compare the first half of 2019 with the first half of 2020, it's easy to see that the increase in solar and wind is really impressive. However, there is still, we see progress, but there is still a lack of consensus on how to measure the environmental impacts and the environmental benefits of these renewable energies. And this lack lies on the fact that most of the evaluations that we made are partial. When we think on the most known environmental assessment methods, it becomes clear that we need a more systemic approach. We have to look to all the system and not only to a part of the system. For example, if we use efficiency or eco-efficiency, this method sees the system only from the production perspective. So we can have huge results, but we are looking only to the production part of the system. If we use, for example, LCA, we can look at the use of resource and the emissions. But LCA disregards the ecosystem services and the main economy. So even though when we use an LCA assessment, it's pretty clear that the first generation biofuels use intensive inputs, water, nitrogen, and a lot of greenhouse emissions. If we look at the overall cycle, we see only minimal reductions on the emission greenhouse gases compared to fossil fuels. So there are several parts of the systems that we have to improve. Even if when consider biofuels from advanced biofuels from straw or from wastes from agriculture, the benefit is really hard to pin down. The carbon footprint studies that we have available range from 9% to 38%, and it depends on the protocol. So we have to find a way to analyze the systems in a more accurate way. There is another method, Emergy, that's my favorite, and it covers a more complete scenario. Although the parts of emissions and waste are still under development. But what makes me prefer Energy is that the method recognizes that there are many forms of energy of low quality, and we have to concentrate this low quality energy to get electricity, to get what we want. This energy so must be concentrated, must be transported, must be removed from the depth of the earth or pumped somewhere in the sea. So a lot of energy has to be used directly and indirectly to support machines, people, power systems, and so on to produce energy. And of course, if we use 10 units of energy to get 10 units of energy, we have no net energy. And this is a big problem. So today we have to dig deeper and deeper to obtain increased diluted energy. Sunlight is very diluted and requires a lot of work. Biomass requires soil, water, and a lot of environmental services. And if we continue to expand our gross energy consumption, but we are spending more and more energy in the process of obtaining energy. We are decreasing the net energy. And still today, even with all the technological developments and improvements, our proposals for replacing fossil fuels still require much energy in the process of obtaining energy. For example, this proposal that of getting energy from not edible plants, it's been explored in several ways. Willow, for example, was proposed because it's fast growing and it can be used as a phytoremediator. So, two benefits: fast production and helps to reduce soil contamination with a non-edible plant. But when we account for all the energy that we have to use to obtain electricity from willow, we get a net energy yield of about 1. Or, well, we are spending the same to get the same. If we consider the biodiesel from Brazil, we get a net energy yield of about 1.4. It's better than willow, of course, but much, much lower than oil and natural gas and coal, with yields of about from 4 to 6. And we can see that we spend a lot of work in the agricultural phase that we have to improve, and in the industrial phase. And we compare the kinds of biodiesel that we have with fossil fuels, we can always see that the net yield is much, much lower. This diagram helps to see and compare the renewables that we have analyzed. And it's easy to see that if the results are located down in the ternary diagram, means that the options are not sustainable. That is, no fuel can be sustainable as in the way that we produce them. And when we go to the right, we can see the hidden costs, the hidden environmental costs of these fuels. The lower the net yield, the higher will be the hidden costs. And this is because the higher will be the subsidies required to put alternative fuels in operations. The higher will be the non-renewables that support these renewable biofuels. For example, if we consider wind energy, to produce electricity from wind, we have, of course, the renewable source, wind, it's here. But we still have steel, copper, polymers, glass, diesel, concrete, and so on, services, labor, and governmental subsidies. So if we account for the production of electricity from wind, we see that the renewable part of the system, and we have to look at the whole chain, the whole system, is about 18%. It's not a lot renewable. And considering all the renewables, the non-renewables that we have to use and to concentrate wind and generate electricity. We only obtain, this is a case in Brazil, a net yield of 1.2. And we know that, of course, this yield and the renewable part of the whole systems depends on a lot of things, and on technologies, on geographic location, on the kind of maintenance, and so on. But if we compare century was achieved by improving technology. We increased the efficiency of engines. These engines were always these improvements were always achieved with the development of mechanisms to subsidize our progress with the second source of
Dear audience, dear participants, we are sorry we have a technical problem, and Professor Cecilia has been presenting her paper, but unfortunately, we offline and we tried to contact with her, but we couldn't. It was actually such a remarkable paper, and we are grateful to her because just because of the time difference, she couldn't sleep very well, and then she had to wake up all night for her presentation, but unfortunately, because of the technical problems, we could not contact with her so far. We're gonna go to this time United States now, and we're gonna have another presentation, and our technical friends try to contact with her again. And if we have communication with her again, and we're gonna turn back to her presentation after this presentation. Now we're gonna go after the Brazil. Of course, first we started with Cyprus, then we went to Brazil. Now we're gonna go to United States to our Professor Gary Campbell from Michigan Technical University, such a qualified professor in the energy economics area. And we're going to invite him, and then we're going to come back again soon. Thank you very much for your patience, and we're sorry again for the technical problems. We're going to come back again. Thank you. Okay, dear participants, as I said, from Brazil, we went to United States, and then my very qualified and very valuable dear Professor Gary Campbell from Michigan Technical University. Thank you very much for your patience, and then I know that you couldn't sleep very well tonight for your presentation. And how are you, dear Professor? I hope everything's fine with you.
Yes, everything's fine, though it's too dark to see what sort of day we're going to have.
Okay, now Professor Gary Campbell is going to present another very interesting paper, and he is going to talk about the effects of COVID-19 on resource-rich countries, a comparative analysis. And thank you very much, dear Professor. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As said, for me, it's very early in the mornings. I ask forgiveness if I wander a bit, but I'll try to be as good a speaker as I can this early in the morning. I was asked to talk a bit about the impact that COVID-19 has had on countries that produce resources. I'm going to focus particularly on the minerals, petroleum and base metals and so forth. So it's going to be a lot of graphs because I think the pictures tell the story pretty well. First, what was the perception of the risk? So this was done to look at the risk of different industries from the impact of COVID. They looked at the impact on the workers, operations, supply chain, revenue, overall assessment. Here's where energy and resources are, and we could see that the supply chain was considered the worst problem at the top level, 5. So the scale runs from 1 to 5, 5 being the highest risk, and then 4 for everything else. So they were predicting that the impact would be quite significant. This one looks at set up an index for various events. So starting with sort of day 0, or when they say the event started. Full screen. Okay. Does that still work? It's changed? Okay. So we see here, this is the start of the event. So 30 days before, 30 days after. So you see, relative to other pandemics and epidemics, they see COVID as being worse impact on the industries, but not as severe as with what we call the Great Recession of 2007 through 2009, where the impact seemed to be greater on the mineral industries. So both of these suggest that the risk seems to be pretty significant. Now, what are our concerns? What are our fears? Well, one is we won't be able to produce because of shutdowns. The workers won't be able to work. Now, when that happens, this is going to impact, of course, government revenues, whether it's taxes or direct revenues from sales. It'll affect the supply of foreign currencies for countries that need for imports and service external debts. So that's a big potential problem for them. Another area of concern would be the fact that nobody's buying it. If we're producing it and the demand is not there, then again, we have a problem. And of course, with the stay-at-home orders, travel bans, and other restrictions, this could significantly impact our demand for minerals and other resources. And we would expect lower prices and growing stockpiles as we produce and it's not being sold. Then, of course, we're concerned about what will happen over the longer term. Is this going to be a quick recovery? Now, for most countries, workers in the resource industries were considered at least what we call in the United States, essential workers, which means they can go ahead and work even if there are stay-at-home orders and so forth. This is not uniform across all countries, but most of them have that. And so there was work continuing even though others were sent home. But as I said, some countries had complete shutdowns. Some had individual mines shut down for a period. Nobody had the shutdowns for the whole time, but at least for some of the periods of time. Of course, another concern is even if you are working, the workers are not able to work because they have illness or are afraid to come to work. This picture shows the number of mines being shut down due to stay-at-home orders for the months of March through April. So we see that first we have Peru, which basically shut down all their mines countrywide, and I think a number of them are still shut down. Then Canada, in the latter part of March, shut down a fair amount of their gold operations. I think this one was probably more associated with the companies than the government. South Africa, here at March 26, shut down all their mines, which of course is a very substantial industry for them. Mexico, after that, shut down their mines as well. U.S. didn't have, does not have a national policy, and the states vary in what they do. But in this case, a significant coal mining company shut their coal mines to protect their workers. So we had a number of coal mines shut down in the United States. And then we have some others here in April as well. This breaks it down by countries and the number of mines. So you see with the complete shutdown in South Africa for a period, shut down their gold and platinum mines. U.S. had some copper mines affected, but largely coal mines. Mexico shut down their gold and silver mines. Canada, its gold mines, and you can see all down. Chile didn't have a complete shutdown, but it impacted mines in their copper mines. Peru shutting down its mines. So some impact there for shutdowns. Now, shutdowns don't mean the same thing. Here's an example of two neighbors, Chile and Peru. We see that Chile, even with some slowdowns, actually produced more copper during the January-May period of 2020 than they did in the previous year. Peru, on the other hand, had a fairly significant decrease. This shows the impact on individual products of the shutdowns. You see the total was about $7 billion. Billions of dollars, of course, is not an insignificant figure, but for worldwide production, that's not a huge number. And we see here that only one industry was significantly impacted, that was uranium. About 12% of production was at risk, meaning it was closed down and slowed down. Then we saw somewhere between 2 and 3% for platinum through palladium here. That would be largely impacted by South Africa. And then silver being impacted by Mexico, and copper by South America. Then the rest of them you see are under 1%. So relative to total world production, other than uranium, the impact was minor to small. Looking at the petroleum industry, what we show here is the dark line represents the consumption. The blue line represents production. And it's pretty clear that production goes down after consumption goes down. So it's following it. So I don't think there was any real production shutdowns due to the COVID. It was due to concerns about the availability of demand as we see it following. Then as this recovered as well. Down here, you see, of course, that there was a buildup of stocks, and we'll come to stocks as well. This is just an individual country example. This is Nigeria. This is the estimation of what they would have produced before COVID, 2.1 million barrels per day. This is what they would produce after COVID, down to 1.7. Now, the other concern, probably a more significant concern, was was the decline in consumption. We would see this by declines in market prices, and we'd also see it as a disequilibrium between production and demand, an increase in supply over time. This graph basically shows the decreases in price for the different resources during the COVID time. So we see that only one went up in this group, that was gold. It actually increased during this period. Oil had by far the largest decrease in price, somewhere there around 60%. And then we have natural rubber to agriculture. Now the agriculture one is misleading. It's only for 3 grains. I don't know what happened in your countries, but in the United States, meat, for example, got very expensive because the facilities that produce meat were directly affected by COVID, and they had to shut down to protect workers and so forth. less concern in some of the mines where there are fewer workers in some of these mines, and they can keep them farther apart. This breaks down some of the relativeness of prices. The gray represents the long-term price trend, how much has changed from it. So you can see that gold actually, of course, was considerably higher than the long-term trend. Everything else is below trend. We see that uranium, illustrating that it was having market pressures because of COVID problems, actually had a significant increase from the price from January. The others, of course, went down. The blue tells us the total change in price from January. The orange shows the change in price from March, mid-March, when it reached a high point. So you can see it varied across the various materials here. In some cases, the change was pretty immediate. Other cases, it didn't happen until after the COVID. For example, like the lead market here. To put it in perspective, this is a price index for metals showing from 2015 to the current time. Notice that it peaked in 2018 and was on a fairly steep decline until January of 2020. Then, of course, we had the big drop and then a pretty significant increase across a number of metals after that. But we're basically coming back to the trend. And it was a downward trend to begin with. So we had a steep V-shaped response here, but the prices were going down anyway. A lot going on in this picture, but the dotted lines show increases in stock for base metals here, copper, zinc, and nickel. So this shows that we were building up stocks during the time period of January through April, particularly, of course, March and April. This shows the change in demand for oil. So this is 2020, and to put it in perspective, this shows the other years from the 1960s on, the years that the demand for oil went down. So we won't go through all the different events. We have the Great Recession there, another recession here, and so on. But you can see that the change in oil was considerably greater than in these past events. Basically doubled the next one, which was in 1980. So petroleum was quite hardly hit by this. Just another one showing the change in demand in China. And you see again a very steep decrease, though showing a recovery afterwards. Price. Of course, this is the this is the US price. And of course, the infinite situation where the price actually went negative, which you had to pay people to take oil. Now, that was a short-term phenomena that was caused largely by they needed temporary storage of the oil, and they were running out of storage area, so they had to pay to find people to store it. Now, this is a more, I think, realistic look at prices. This is the Brent price. So starting in December, and we saw we had a peak right at January, then of course the steep drop off. Then it's recovered a bit and then pretty well leveled off there at that point. But leveled off, of course, at what, about 32% decrease from where it was here. This shows the buildup of stocks within the United States. The shadow here represents the 5-year range. So you can see initially we're well in it, and then as we hit the March, April, stocks grew outside of the 5-year range, eventually coming back toward it. This is an estimate of the stockpiles for the world for oil. The first 2 quarters here are actual data. The rest of them are estimated, what they think is going to happen. This is from 3 different sources, OPEC and the energy. This is for the United States, and this is international. So you can see a substantial increase in stocks in oil in the second quarter. Now, why did the mineral resource industries keep producing if the demand wasn't there? Well, there's a number of reasons. One is the nature of costs, particularly in the mining, less so in petroleum. It's what we call fixed cost oriented, in that you pay most of your costs are up front, starting the mine, big investment. Once you actually start producing, the variable costs are low proportionally to the fixed cost. We call the fixed costs sunk cost. They've already been spent. We can control the variable cost, but these are relatively low. So actually, if we shut down, we will tend to lose more money by shutting down than continue to produce at a loss, because the loss is smaller. We're making something for our fixed cost as long as we're covering variable costs. Now, you also put this, it's hard to keep a mining facility particularly closed. It's expensive. You have water issues. You got to keep it dewatered. So keeping a mine viable while it's closed is an expensive operation. So many times they think we might as well keep producing. We don't want to lose skilled workers. If we lay off workers or say we don't have work for them, they may go somewhere else. And we want to keep them available. Then, of course, not insignificantly, the government needs the money. So they want to see the industries continue to produce revenue, hard currency. What are the potential longer run impacts here? Well, we saw that stocks are clearly increasing. So that would mean that we now are competing with production, with past production. So that would tend to continue putting the downward pressure on price. And we saw that prices were already headed down since 2018. So this just puts more prices. So it will, of course, vary across the different minerals, but we suspect the trends is that there'll probably be a slow recovery of price once we get over the big dip. We will go up back to a more normal price, I think, but it will still be pressures to keep the price low. The resource industry saw it had 2 weaknesses. Events like this show your weakness. One is, of course, the availability of labor. If the workers couldn't work, you can't produce. So some people are suspecting that we'll see more movement away from labor to more using equipment, capital. This is already currently done in the United States and Europe, where labor is very expensive. And they expect this trend to accelerate because nobody worries about a pandemic for your capital equipment. The other weakness was supply chains, where it might be produced in one spot, processed in another spot, fabricated in another spot. Well, if you're closing borders and so forth, it cuts you off from your supplies. So there's going to be concern about bringing supply chains closer, ones that they can have more control over if something closes borders. We had the same situation after the a terrorist attack of 9/11. When we closed our border, our automobile industry gets a lot of its parts from Canada. You may not be aware of U.S. geography, but the auto producing part of the United States is right on the Canadian border, and Canada does a lot of the industry as well. We shut the border, and the automobile industry couldn't get its parts and things. And so it became a real problem. And they saw some of the same thing happening. We're likely to have unequal recoveries. For example, petroleum, which is used largely for transportation, transportation is probably not coming back in a big way for some time. And so people who depend on petroleum are going to be affected by that. other hand, we've seen that the iron ore industry has recovered pretty quickly. The prices become strong. I know our local iron ore producer is even talking about increasing production and so forth. So countries that depend on some of these industries that are not recovering as quickly are going to continue to have financial difficulties in facing financial impacts. I think particularly petroleum industry countries, for example. So to provide some concluding thoughts here. We saw that production wasn't as hit as hard as you might think because mineral and resource production was considered an essential industry in most countries, and workers were allowed to work. And so we saw, with a few exceptions, resource production continue during the pandemic. We did see significant declines in consumption across a variety of commodities. Petroleum was hard hit with steep declines in transportation, which may continue for some time. We saw growth of stocks in a number of these resources, which could impact prices for some time in the future as well. We're probably going to see continuing thoughts about the nature of supply chains and who do we want to be tied to and how far do we want to travel? Do we want to be just in time? Do we want to keep more inventories? We'll also be concerned about if we can substitute for labor, should we do that, since this will take away a potential weakness for a future event like this? Governments that are highly dependent on revenues and foreign currency from the resource production, depending on which industries they're dependent on, may still face significant financial hardships, as there'll be a while for some like petroleum to recover. Ones like Australia, which have a variety of ones, coal and iron ore and so forth, may be less impacted by it. Certainly the precious metals, the demand is there for there. So it's going to be very unequal across that. So with that, I think I will conclude my talk, and I don't know if I'm allowed to take questions. If so, I'll be glad to answer them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dear Professor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your remarkable presentation. It was such a good one. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, and I hope to meet you again physically, personally, with you and my dear, lovely Amber in Turkey, in Istanbul, and hope to meet you and give hugs, inshallah, as soon as possible.
Yes, we're all hoping for that.
Okay,
I wish I could have been there for this trip too.
Okay, thank you. Dear audience, and we're going to stay in United States for the next presentation, and we're going to invite Professor Beren Tansel, our great and very valuable professor from Turkey, but living in United States. Thank you very much. We're going to return very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, dear participants, now we have another very qualified and very important, very lovely Professor Berin Tansel. She is very important and very special for us. Why? Because she's Turkish, and then we're proud of her. And she has been continuing his academic researches in United States. And she always adds great value to our conferences. Whenever we invite, she always comes. And then thank you very much, dear Professor Berin Tansel, for coming to our conference again. Okay, and now she's going to start her presentation, and the title of the presentation will be Environmental Perspective of COVID-19 Pandemic and its Impact on the Global Economy. And it will be an interesting paper for us. And thank you very much, Professor. We are ready to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent conference again, one more time, Professor Gedikli. And it's a pleasure to be part of your conference and to be part of the program. My talk is on environmental perspective of COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the global economy. I am with Florida International University. I'm a professor and I have been at Florida International University for a while. And my area is environmental engineering. Before I go further, I wanna acknowledge the efforts of the organizing committee, my friend, Professor Shahbaz, and also my dear friend, Professor Erdogan, and Professor Gedikli, of course, and Dr. Nasser, whom I met dearly last year. Hopefully, again, I will meet next year or in the near future. Just starting, what defines practice? What defines our lives, our lifestyles? There are 4 areas: breakthroughs in technology. We have seen such a breakthrough with cell phones. Once the technology changes, our lifestyle changes. Demographics, the population, the characteristics of the population, when they change, the lifestyle changes. Challenges, and economic and societal forces. These could be various forces that occur around us and affects our lives. And currently, we are in category 3, the challenges. I don't expect anyone to read this slide, but for different years, different decades, we have some important events that happened. And when we look back history, we remember these events. We remember the first car, first auto on the roads, airplane, man on the moon. These are major events that everybody remembers. Everybody remembers when this event happened, what was happening around them. We remember internet, the telephone. This is a self-driving car. We haven't seen it yet on the road so much, but it is happening, and I think we will see it. And 2020 is marked by COVID. When we see certain images, we will all be relating to the events of this year, what we have gone through. This is not a new list. This list had been around. It was up to 10 or so, and environmental challenges, this list could keep growing. Some of these challenges have been in existence, and we weren't sure some of these, how significant these challenges were. This year, we have seen number 5 and number 9 to be the major challenges which will affect our lives, and it will have its fingerprint in the years to come. We will see various effects in the decade, in the 2020s, in various parts of our lives. When we look at the environmental trends in recent decades, the recent, of course, 1970s is not recent, but we don't really see anything here dealing with public health. Public health, I'm going to go to the next slide. Here, in 2000s, we see a lot of major challenges. These challenges are not the type of challenges that we can come up with an answer very quickly. Climate change, sustainability, urbanization, security, these challenges will be with us for a very long time. The only time we see anything that is relating closely with public health in 2010s, previous decade, we see some epidemics. We have seen bird flu, swine flu, or we have seen SARS, but we had never seen a pandemic. So pandemic, which is a global scale, we are living right now. And this was something that none of us were prepared, the scale of it. This pandemic was different. If you look at the timeline here, the population is here, has increased. This is like the beginning of times, I guess. We are right now where the population is increasing exponentially. The population is very high. And these are some major events that happened over time. So, Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, 3, and 4, which is the digital revolution. And we have here major events that have increased, that changed our lifestyles, transportation related, communication related. And right now, because of the population, all of these combined that created the pandemic. These are latest numbers from as of 2 days ago, daily cases increasing. We have seen the first wave, second wave, the third wave, and it's increasing. This is the cases and the number of deaths worldwide increasing. So why is this different? We knew this was coming. It should not be a surprise. The world was prepared for something global scale, but we weren't prepared that it was going to happen so soon. When the living conditions are like this, population density is at this scale, this is Africa, India, and China, and US, these are living conditions. And of course, conditions create certain stresses in the environment. We have seen certain stresses in types of waste, quantities, water demand, and air quality. So this was an imminent case that was supposed to happen or expected to happen soon. But we didn't expect a case like this, a pandemic, to happen in our lifetimes, in this decade. So this is the global mobility, which shows the urban population. Urban population is an indication of environmental stresses. We are seeing high levels of urban population. These percentages show what percent of population living in urban areas, in highly concentrated, dense areas. We are seeing US, China, India, and Brazil. And also Europe is not, even though the area-wise it's not that big, it is broken into smaller portions, so it doesn't show the magnitude of Europe. Europe is highly populated, densely populated area. So that brought us to the COVID cases. So if you compare the two maps, this map was in existence 10 years ago, and then this map is a new map. You can see the size of the circles. You can tell where, if there's a pandemic, where it will be a problem. Just by looking at the previous map, you could point on the map. These are areas that will require some extra attention if a pandemic occurred. So the drivers of the environmental economy, we are here in the public health, which has some common elements with environment and economy. What it shows is when something happens in one of these, other elements here will also change in response to whatever is happening in economy or environment or public health. Here in the public health case, we have a new urgent need, which we are facing right now, still facing since March, which has caused some lifestyle changes, increased public health awareness, increased how close we can get to each other, increased how we live our lives. It changed how we conduct the conferences, and it brought certain global awareness because we are paying attention to what happens in China, what happens in Africa, what happens in Europe, what happens in US in terms of recovery, the magnitude of the infections. So we have seen, as a result of these changes, we have seen some environmental changes, which I will go into: air quality, water demand, habitat change, solid waste, and energy demand. And we have seen some changes in the economy, primarily in manufacturing industry, service industries, such as restaurants, schools, energy supply, market opportunities. These are, in a positive way, market opportunity for some industries. We are going through some kind of technological innovation and research. We are going through certain research in the medical field. So this is a general schematic, which I have taken from an article, which shows how our lives are interconnected. When something changes, how the environment changes. So since the theme of the conference is economic activity or economy, so I have correlated, or I have put certain indications to economy here. So we have seen some changes in air quality. Second, in solid waste type, we have seen major changes as a result of pandemic. We have seen some changes in wildlife and ecosystems. We have also seen some changes on energy demand, the type of energy used and how much. So I will go into briefly each one of these. First, as a result of pandemic, the first change was on air quality. This map shows the New Jersey area. There's the Pennsylvania, so New Jersey, Pennsylvania. This is last 4 years, 2015-19. You can see the air quality, the digital image. And in March, this is the beginning of pandemic, when the first stay-at-home orders were given in New York area, New York or New Jersey area. You can see the air quality had changed significantly. We have seen changes in CO2, nitrogen emissions, which relates to ozone formation, which is correlated to air quality, and particulate matter. And we have seen also a major drop in global air traffic, not only road traffic and global air traffic, which has declined, reduced the air quality. I mean, improved the air quality, but reduced the CO2 emissions. The CO2 emissions, they were so significant. The CO2 emissions is primarily due to traffic on the roads. It was so significant that this was about 5.5% of the total global emissions. It was reduced by that much. And this is equivalent, in terms of numbers, equivalent to taking almost 3.5 billion vehicles from the road for 1 year. This is major. We have been talking about green, the emissions, greenhouse emissions, gases emissions, how we can reduce. It was a big challenge. So for air quality researchers, their prayers have been answered in the form of a pandemic. It is not the way we had desired this challenge to be answered, but we have seen a positive impact on air quality as a result of pandemic. It was at a higher cost, but we have seen something that was a positive. On the case of solid waste, we have seen some negative impacts because recycling activities have been suspended because of the fear of contamination, fear of virus propagation to different areas. And we have seen plastic bags, which had been taken out for some locations, some regions, because of the increased environmental awareness. Plastic bags coming back again to use, and takeout food have been a day of, have been something that is normal now, which have increased the consumption of packaging, the need for packaging. Also, we have seen increased volumes of unshippable agricultural and aquatic, like fish, for example, They have not been shipped because of the changes in demand and fear for contamination, and they have been left to decompose. We have seen significant quantities of organic waste, and we have seen significant increase in methane emissions as a result of decomposition happening anaerobically. So we have seen also new types of waste, which we had not seen, a few years back on the road, on the streets, and also I live in coastal area. This is what we have been seeing, and these are not materials that can decompose easily. The third change we have seen in wildlife and ecosystem, the ecosystems where different organisms exist together. Now the lockdown created unmonitored conditions, especially in the parks, conservation zones. So this have left these areas very vulnerable. So that had led to illegal deforestation, fishing, wildlife hunting, because nobody is watching at this point. And we have seen major increases in the US, especially in the California area, and also in Arizona and some of these eastern states, major wildlife fires, which have impacted air quality. So even though pandemic improved the air quality, the wildlife have negatively impacted the air quality. So whatever we have gained from pandemic for wildlife, for air quality, we have lost it with the wildlife. So this 2020 is also, I think, will be remembered the year of the California wildlife that have gone uncontrollable for a long time, that impacted many, many lives. We have seen some positive impacts on the wildlife because of the traffic not being existent or declined at major levels on the streets in urban areas. We have seen some expansion of wildlife, but also some animals have been endangered because of the unmonitored conditions. Some locations where there are wildlife poaching that have increased. We are seeing it in some parts of the world happening. The next, I want to touch to energy demand. We have seen also a major decline in energy demand. We relate energy to environmental, or the type of energy, renewable energy or forest or fossil fuels. Fossil fuels we consider as not so desirable. Fossil fuels meaning petroleum or coal. We have seen a significant decline on petroleum because the cars and air traffic is down. So there is the demand for such products, gasoline, diesel, are down also. We have seen significant decline in imports and exports of petroleum. So we have seen also, this is the US refinery inputs 2015-19, and you can see this year is still not over. We have seen a major dip starting in March. Here we are seeing this, and then major dip in May, the lowest point. Now some areas have gone back, not normal, but limited traffic. Now, partial opening of certain activities have resulted in some increase in demand. And we are seeing again, these are very parallel to the COVID cases. So we have seen about 13% lower than average demand in petroleum refineries. This is the export petrol. The OPEC countries, their export level have declined. It hasn't been stable, but it had declined this year significantly to these levels in the early 2000s. So this is up here or down here. this is going to have long-lasting impacts on the economy. This is an interesting chart. So right now we are going into the winter months, and demand for coal and petroleum have declined. However, the areas that use natural gas for heating purposes, which is most of the northeastern United States, we are expecting an increase in the demand for natural gas for heating purposes. So that is expected. This is the demand for coal. Since as an environmental engineer, we don't support coal as much, use of coal, because of the emissions that are coming from coal. But we are seeing, we had seen some decline over the years in coal, but we are experiencing significant decline in demand for coal. In conclusion, for the environmental stresses, the pandemic was expected. We have seen major shifts over the years, over the several decades, in environmental stresses. Urban population density, waste quantities, water quality, and we were expecting the pandemic. However, happening of pandemic has increased the awareness of public health, increased the awareness of our lifestyles. It provided us a new perspective how we live our lives. And it had some major impacts, noticeable impacts on air quality, waste types and quantities, ecosystems, and energy demand. And we expect that long-lasting environmental and economic impacts will occur. And I think that, the other speakers will address some of the economic impacts, and I'm excited to hear the findings and their wisdom on the impacts, economic impacts of the pandemic. Thank you again for the opportunity. I will conclude here with this slide.
Okay, thank you very much, dear professor. It was such a remarkable paper again, and then we thank you for adding great value to our conference as usual. And then we're sorry for waking you up until this time early in the morning, dear professor.
Thank you very, very much. My pleasure.
Thank you. Dear participants, we're going to have another speech now, another presentation, but it's going to be from UK. We're going to come back to Europe again. Thank you very much. We're going to come back soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, dear audience, dear participants, now from United States we come to Europe again, and from UK we have another keynote speaker, Professor Demarie Kaufman, the Battle School of Construction and Project Management, and she's going to present on the title Outlook for the Low Carbon Transition in Europe in the Age of COVID-19. And thank you very much for this remarkable presentation. Dear Professor, we are so enthusiastic to listen to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. It's very good to be here. And I want to begin by saying that I think that the COVID-19 pandemic has created some unique challenges and opportunities within Europe as a whole, and particularly within the Eurozone, with respect to public investment in infrastructure and the low carbon transition. I want to begin by saying that climate change and COVID-19 have some of the same challenges related to them, particularly in terms of managing the demand side. And I also want to highlight something from the IPCC report in 2018 that says increasing investment in physical and social infrastructure is a key enabling condition to enhance the resilience and the adaptive capacity of societies. And I think that also applies to fighting pandemics. So I think that, again, the challenges are very similar. And I also want to highlight that, in my view, there is a long-term set of interactions between not just the market and the state, but also financial capital, that it's actually a three-player interaction, not a two-player interaction. And then we need to think about the role of financial markets in mobilizing them to help mount the kind of public investment necessary to make these infrastructure improvements to fight both pandemics and climate change. And I think in this respect, I depart from some of my colleagues like Mariana Mazzucato, who see this as a kind of rivalry between the state and the market. I don't think that's the case. I agree more with Bill Janeway that it's a three-player game, and that it's something that we need to understand in order to best strategize about how to mount the necessary public investment. But against the backdrop of all of this, I also want to call your attention to one of the main lessons of COVID-19, which is that the kind of European model for fighting climate change, which is about demand reduction, what this cartoon shows us about having the public decide not to fly, the public change their habits about driving cars or eating meat, is not sufficient to fight the pandemic. That actually what the pandemic has shown us is that demand side reductions, both with climate change and the pandemic, do not work for their own scientific, political, economic, and social reasons. So just to draw your attention to the fact that although everyone hoped that the lockdowns associated with the pandemic in the spring would end up reducing pollution and carbon emissions, that only happened for a few weeks. And then a couple of months into the pandemic lockdowns, it became clear that actually air pollution and carbon emissions had gone up as people substituted private cars for public transportation that they no longer believed was safe. Moreover, the effect of the lockdowns was only to take us back to the carbon emissions in 2006, when the population of the world was 6.5 billion. Of course, it's 7.5 billion now, but setting the clock back to 2006 is not sufficient to avert the climate crisis. So what we've learned is that demand side reductions do not work. We need to focus on the supply side, and that requires massive public investment in decarbonization of energy and transport, most urgently, and the long term also of the food supply. That the speed of climate change is accelerating the timetable for adaptation strategies, and that these will become ever more urgent in the next couple of decades. Also, remediation technologies, especially negative emissions technologies, which are kind of a bad word in Europe, where people are afraid that they will reduce the incentive for mitigation, have to be taken seriously, particularly with respect to point source emissions in energy. And that this is something that increasingly is becoming part of the Overton window, whereas before it was very much on the margins and very much discouraged. So I think that COVID-19, my key message is that COVID-19 will fundamentally alter how we tackle climate change in Europe. And those are the main reasons. But I think that in this keynote, what I'd like to do is unpack this a bit so that you understand the reasoning. Another key message is that the European context offers some challenges and benefits around governance that are certainly worth thinking about if you're on the periphery of Europe, and particularly if you're a European trading partner. The first one is that the role and the mandate of the European Investment Bank continues to evolve in light of COVID-19. That, this time last year, everyone was saying that the EIB would become Europe's climate bank, that was kind of the end of the story, and that, this would be a great step forward for the green transition. But actually, in light of COVID-19, the EIB has been at least temporarily retasked with sector rescues, particularly of transport, and some of those sector rescue deals are not particularly green. So the question about Europe's climate bank and that role going forward, at least until we recover from the COVID-19 crisis, is going to be very ambiguous. People are saying build back better, build back greener. But in the first instance, there are a lot of political forces at work that want to rescue these traditional sectors. And these two things are not entirely consistent. The other thing is that it's very obvious that COVID-19 will pose significant challenges for state aid restrictions across the European Union, and how those are negotiated will be very important in terms of the domestic political situations in places like Italy, Spain, and even France. The important thing to understand is that the EU is a political construct, but the Eurozone itself has become a unique polity with its own structural interdependencies and systemic interests. And this is particularly an issue around regional policy and transport policy. And if you're more interested in this, I can recommend a book that I wrote with some Italian colleagues on the political economy of the Eurozone, which was published in 2017 by Cambridge University Press, but looks at the sectorial interdependencies and linkages between individual national European economies. And it's very important to understand those in order to understand how a low carbon transition might work. The other thing is that industrial and infrastructural policy will be a key to economic recovery and to the low carbon transition, but the scale of public investment was far too low even before the COVID-19 pandemic, and not all of these economies are strong enough to ramp it up very quickly. So, there are some real opportunities for green recovery, but there's also a big risk of greenwashing. And one of the lessons we learned from the Juncker plan is that too often the loans that are approved, a third of them would have been made anyway, a third of them probably shouldn't have been made at all, and a third of them were what the Juncker plan had in mind. And I suspect that something like that will also happen if indeed the climate bank mandate materializes in 2004 or 5 going forward. But I think for the next couple of years, the emphasis is going to be very much on immediate sector rescues and on recovery from COVID-19. So there is a bit of tension there between these two mandates. Now, I also want to call your attention to a book that is open access. You can download it. It's a European Public Investment Outlook published by Cattolica, Catholic University of Milan's Krenek think tank. And we prepared this pre-COVID-19, but it gives you a very good idea of the public investment gap in Europe and how acute the challenges are. I wrote with colleagues the chapter on low carbon transition and how that is the biggest challenge, but there are many other challenges as well. And as you think about the relationship between COVID-19 and climate change, low carbon transition, you should keep the rest of these problems also in the background, because they're all competing for public finance at the moment, for public investment. Now, this is the report that's available, and again, you can download it from Open Book Publishers. You're more than welcome to do so, and I'm sure that the organizers of this conference would be glad to circulate my slides after this talk. But coming on to the key issues, again, the role of the European Investment Bank is that it was meant to evolve into Europe's climate bank to facilitate a low carbon transition after the Juncker plan wound up. But the bank has been tasked with sectoral support, particularly in transport. And one of the real issues in Europe is that Europe has a very well integrated transport network. That has been one of the effects of the Juncker plan, to have considerable investment within Europe, particularly in order to encourage regional integration. But there have been two consequences of this. One is that Europe's internal transport network is not very well linked with global transport networks. And the second issue is that it has caused the European transport network to bypass many of the regions, the rural areas, which has also galvanized right-wing politics in Europe. So a low-carbon transition in transport that focuses on the existing transport network that doesn't deal either with the regional inequalities or with the integration with global transport is probably only going to magnify problems rather than solving them. The other thing that's very clear is that in light of the COVID-19 economic shock, the countercyclical mandate of the European Investment Bank is back with a vengeance. So if indeed low carbon transition becomes a way of pushing out that countercyclical mandate, then there will be a lot of greenwashing. And I have colleagues who are working on trying to understand the additionality of green bonds, trying to understand where there is actually additional climate benefit above and beyond the bonds themselves. And I think that this is a real issue, that what's likely to happen is that, again, a third of the investments that are made under this climate mandate are likely to be investments that would have been made anyway. A third are likely to be very politically motivated, and probably only a third will have genuine additionality. So that is a real challenge. Reconciling the green mandate with the countercyclical mandate is not impossible, but it is a really big challenge for the EIB. And of course, in terms of Europe, they're going to be at the center of pushing out a countercyclical response. But again, I want to return to this point I made initially about COVID-19 being a natural experiment on the demand side and the really crucial lessons to learn there. The second quarter lockdowns in Q2 2020 took us back to 2006 emissions levels, which, as I said, is equivalent to 6.5 billion people globally versus 7.5 billion today. Yet even these relatively brief lockdowns in the second and third quarter have led to a rise in COVID denialism, which is correlated with climate denialism. The same people who are posting online that COVID-19 is not real are posting that climate change is not real. And it's not just a disease of the Anglophone world, although obviously Brexit and Trump made it a lot worse. We hope with Biden's victory in the US that this is beginning to change. But even now in America, there are cases that people intend to take to the Supreme Court, arguing that COVID lockdowns are unconstitutional. So I think what people need to understand here is that any kind of attempt to fight climate change on the demand side is going to run up against significant political resistance, that the only way to do this is to do it on the supply side. And yes, the flight shame movement was very popular in 2019, but it's not going to solve the climate crisis because we have this natural experiment in Q2 when nobody was flying and it only took our emissions levels back by 15 years. So this is a really significant challenge to get people to recognize that the solutions have to be supply side oriented. Now, lockdowns again confirmed initially co-mitigation with air pollution, but as people shifted their demand away from public transport, that deteriorated. But it still is very significant because 90% of European city dwellers are exposed to dangerous levels of pollution. So strategies in low carbon transition and transport that can reduce air pollution alongside reducing carbon emissions will yield really significant public health benefits that need to be priced into our thinking about this. But the take-home message for you is that demand-side reduction is not going to fight climate change. And it's also a natural experiment in terms of emissions by households and firms. What we know is that initially emissions and pollution levels fell in early lockdown, but eventually rose again as people avoided public transport. Remote working reduces emissions associated with commuting, but raises those associated with households. And this is a very tricky thing to calculate, but the reality is that office work in terms of carbon emissions has some economies of scale, whereas if households are independently acting as kind of cottage industries, you have to count the household emissions associated with that. So again, two key lessons. One is that co-mitigation of air pollution and emissions is urgently needed. And secondly, retrofit of housing stock to achieve environmental and social sustainability is also critical as remote working will continue. And there are kind of two dimensions of this to think about. One of them is that in the UK, which is by no means untypical of established markets, it would take 2,000 years to retrofit existing housing stock at current rates of retrofit. So that needs to be accelerated by policymakers very dramatically in order to achieve that kind of retrofit. The second thing in terms of social sustainability to understand is that it's fine for middle-aged people who live in 5-bedroom houses like we do in the suburbs to work from home. But because house prices in areas with high urban density are continuing to rise dramatically, many young people live in shared housing and they live in very small flats that are not suitable to remote working. So if this is to continue over the long term, then thinking about ways of making remote working more equitable over the course of a life cycle is something that's going to require quite a lot of thinking on the side of academics and policymakers. And in any case, both of these will require really significant investment. And yes, retrofit of housing stock is something that will have additional accelerator effects through the economy, but it's something that policymakers need to start thinking about now rather than deferring until later. So that's another set of lessons. But in terms of the supply side, it's clear that there's wider economic damage from the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the lockdown represented a significant shock to supply chains and to the financial viability of retail firms. We have a paper in Nature Human Behavior on the effects of COVID-19 and how it's propagated through supply chains. You might want to have a look at it. Some sectors like tourism and transport are very hard hit and are unlikely to fully recover in the medium term. And thinking about that, what that means is important, because places like Turkey have very large heritage sectors, and the consequences for those heritage sectors need to be thought through. State subsidies of firms cannot continue indefinitely. Particularly in the UK, there's a real risk of zombie firms that maintain payrolls in order to support aggregate demand, but don't have the attendant productivity that's necessary. And again, the really significant sectorial interdependencies that magnify the economic risks. Long-term structural change is absolutely key, but the political will for that is not yet clear, because that will lead to unemployment in the short term. And these supply-side shocks are magnified by unemployment. And also in some markets like the UK, you can get a vicious cycle with respect to house prices, which will continue to dampen consumer demand, because we know that people don't spend on anything, whether it's new cars or new washing machines or new computers, if they think the value of their house is going down, because they're concerned about their equity, because that's their main source of savings. So the challenge again is how to ensure inclusive growth in a recovery, how to genuinely build back better or build back fairer, when actually all the economic indicators suggest that the opposite is likely, that a COVID-19 recovery is likely to magnify and increase inequality rather than decrease it. So what I would suggest is that in the three areas, mitigation, adaptation, and remediation, the European context offers special opportunities for investors. One thing that's very clear is that ultra-low emission standards following the Chinese are the key to tackling co-mitigation issues, and that that's something that really needs to happen in the new European countries, and also for that matter needs to happen in Middle Eastern countries, and is increasingly urgent. Retrofit of housing stock and sustainable housing is particularly urgent given the shift to remote working. Finishing decarbonization of transport and energy is a really significant challenge and an important one, but it's also one that is achievable. It is possible to decarbonize the energy mix. It is possible to decarbonize transport, whereas decarbonization of, say, the food supply and shifting patterns of land use is much less obviously achievable. So this should be a high priority for policymakers because it can actually be done. Also, I think we'll see more of the use of negative emissions technologies in key industries, iron and steel, chemical and petrochemical. But to do that, we need to optimize supply chains for carbon storage. And it is as yet unclear how easy that will be to achieve, not only within Europe, but also with Europe's main trading partners. Agricultural policy will remain difficult, particularly because patterns of land use are shifting as a consequence of climate change, but it's also very difficult within the context of the politics of the European Union to significantly shift agricultural policy to fight climate change. There are additional opportunities for investment and adaptation, which I think are worth thinking about. Coastal flood defenses are a significant issue for many European states. And again, the retrofit of existing housing stock is not only important for mitigation of climate change by reducing carbon emissions, but it's also important for promoting adaptation, because many European countries, for instance, places like Poland, are seeing average temperatures in the summer now creeping up to 35, 36 degrees, but these are places that didn't traditionally have air conditioning. So retrofitting of existing housing stock will need to take that into account. And how you reconcile, widespread use of air conditioning because of rising median temperatures with trying to reduce carbon emissions is going to be a very difficult thing for policymakers, but it is an urgent issue. And again, agricultural policy will become more of a focal point for rivalries given systemic interests. But as median temperature rises, some industries, some sub-industries within agricultural sector will become more or less viable in different countries. And as that shifts, and as the factor endowments shift, then adaptation is going to become a more acute issue. And again, I think all of us are beginning to recognize that the current IPCC damage functions for climate change need a significant rethink. And that rethink, when it's achieved, can justify really significant policy shifts. Because I don't think any of us believe any longer that the damage functions are linear, and I think that we also don't believe that the attempt to kind of firewall some sectors of the economy and say that those aren't going to be affected directly by climate change is just not realistic given the sectorial linkages. So as those damage functions are rethought, we have more evidence with which to justify significant policy shifts. Finally, coming on to remediation, I think, again, climate change remediation is going to become a more urgent issue. It's something that is going to be thought of as more than just a last resort. And again, I think as a kind of model for what could happen, the World Bank's pilot auction facility for methane and climate mitigation needs to be scaled up really dramatically. We know that there is, in terms of demand reduction, a significant appetite in Europe for investing in reforestation, afforestation projects in the global south and also at home. Forestry policy comes into this, but also as technological forms of carbon dioxide removal become available, there's a sense that having a facility for tradable put options in methane and carbon removal will become a very effective way of deploying remediation at scale. Also, carbon capture, carbon storage today is primarily a mitigation strategy, particularly around point source emissions in certain sectors. But as BECCS and direct air capture become more important, and as they have clean energy sources, they're likely to receive even more and more funding for development by the European Commission as part of innovation policy. The European Commission has been leading the way on this, so I think you'll see more of that as well. So again, these three legs of the stool, which are baked into the IPCC, the idea of mitigation, adaptation, and remediation, are forming a kind of new trilemma, because at a kind of small scale, these three are completely compatible. You want to see mitigation and remediation working together in terms of something like point source reduction of carbon emissions through negative emissions technologies. But as you scale up, these three different areas, mitigation, adaptation, and remediation, become much less feasible to pursue simultaneously, particularly because large-scale adaptation, whether it's say, investing in air conditioning in order to fight the effects of climate change in households, has huge consequences for potential carbon emissions by the same households. Mitigation strategies that involve fighting climate change on demand side reductions may be imperiled if you have significant attention on remediation. All of these things create trade-offs, and what I want to end with is that we need to start thinking urgently about these trade-offs, because the horizon for the trilemma is much closer in than we used to think. We used to think all of this is 20 to 25 years off, but I think one effect of the COVID-19 pandemic is to show us that actually all of this is at increasingly close range and requires really significant thought. Finally, I want to say that we're actually launching at UCL a short course in executive education program in infrastructure management and climate finance. And we hope that some of you will find it interesting, and you're welcome to get in touch with me for more information if you'd like to know more about our program. So thank you for listening, and I'm sorry for the confusion about the timings. There was a bit of an issue with time zones, but hopefully you found my talk thought-provoking, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for your very convenient, very fast, and lovely, very qualified presentation. It was such a good one. And I know that you are in a hurry, and then we had some inconveniences, I know, but you got prepared very well. And thank you very much for your cooperation and for your great support to our conference.
Thank
and
you.
hope to meet you again. Thank you very much. And dear participants, we're going to have the next presentation. This time, we're going to go to Denmark. Thank you very much, dear Professor. Okay, hello dear audience again. And then the next presenter is going to be Professor Henrik Lund from Aalborg University from Denmark now. And he is going to present 100% renewable and carbon neutral smart energy systems, the Danish target of a 70% decrease in carbon dioxide emission by 2030. So it's going to be an interesting presentation. It's going to be about Denmark and then a good one. Thank you very much, dear Professor. We are ready to listen to you. Thank you.
Welcome to this keynote presentation on the ENSCON 20 conference. My name is Henrik Lund. I'm a professor in energy planning from Aalborg University. And I'm going to make a presentation on 100% renewable and carbon neutral smart energy systems. And I will take Denmark, where I come from, as a case, the target we have right now in the Danish society to decrease by 70% in 2030. Our thoughts about that. But let me start by introducing myself. I come from Aalborg University in the northern parts of Denmark, and since you cannot see me due to the presentation here, I put in a picture of myself. It's interesting to come from the northern part of Denmark and Denmark in general when we talk about how to make the green transition and how to decarbonize countries, because we have been carrying on a lot in Denmark in expanding our renewable energy share. Right now, 50% of our electricity supply is produced on wind power, and we have also additional to that a lot of district heating around the country. 50% of our heating is from district heating, utilizing a lot of excess heat from industry and also from the electricity production, the part that is not on wind power yet. One recent development that is maybe not so much known is that we also started to transfer our natural gas supply into green gas, and right now more than 10% of our natural gas is actually being produced as biogas mainly from manure and organic waste from industry, and that is also being expanded. It's expected to be even 30% within the next decade. Some of the things that I will talk about today, you can read more about in my book, Renewable Energy Systems, that I have a new second edition from 2014, in which there was also a chapter on smart energy systems and infrastructures. That is an important part of what I will be addressing today. The starting point for this presentation here is the political aims. Here's a slide on what we have been deciding in Denmark, but it's similar aims that is in Europe and many other countries around the world. That is to decarbonize our energy systems and go to renewable energy. In Denmark, we have started having on this type of objectives already in 2006, where our Prime Minister at that time formulated that we should be totally free of fossil fuels in the future. And a number of governments, even since then, have supported this long-term targets. So in Denmark, we have the interesting situation. It's not only supported by various governments in a long row now, but it's also supported by a huge, and I mean a huge majority of the parliament. So it's an aim that stands pretty strong in the political debate and decision making. And it's also something that is not only a long-term aim, but also a lot of measures have been taken and initiatives have been taken to implement it. One of them being that we expanded the share of wind to 50% by 2020, and that's actually something we have already achieved. As the latest step on this, the government that started last year, they made an agreement again supported by a huge majority of the parliament to have a target to reduce the Danish greenhouse gases by 2030 with 70%, as a down to 30% of what they used to be in 1990, according to how UN define this and how they measure it. And that's sort of the target that I will speak about today. I mean, it's very good that we have politicians and parliaments that decide for 100% renewable energy or fully decarbonized society, but how should we do it? That's something that we work with at our university, but also the industry the energy industry in Denmark. And just a little bit about how we have been working with it in my research group at Aalborg University. We have for many years, and also from way before it was an official target of the governments, we have worked with how to transform our fossil fuel industry and energy supplies into new green energy supplies based on renewable energy. In our research groups, it dated back as long as in 1976. You can see a small title to the upper left corner. 1976, one of my colleagues was involved in drafting what was the first alternative energy strategy in Denmark, an energy strategy that promoted renewable energy instead of going for fossil fuels. And at that time, it was also debated with nuclear. And we have been engaged in a number of such alternative strategies throughout the years. Since 2006, we have joined forces with the Danish Engineering Society, that sort of is a union for all engineers in Denmark. And together with them, we have promoted strategies to set the agenda and to promote that the government have an active strategy. In 2006, the government in Denmark did not have an active strategy, and that was something we promoted. And afterwards, the government have had, as I just mentioned before, and the parliament, a very active strategy. We think there are a number of good reasons for this. One, of course, is to decarbonize the societies for pollution and environmental reasons, but we also think there is an issue with being depending on fossil fuels. We produce fossil fuels in Denmark ourselves, natural gas and oil from the North Sea, but it's running out, and somehow we have to do something without it, and either we will convert to renewable energy, or we go back to the 70s, where we are depending on importing a lot of fossil fuels. But there's also the business potential that is very essential. We have a lot of strongholds in research and industry. The wind turbines is very well known, but we have a lot of energy industry, and that's also where we being Denmark can make a living in the future when we involve us in that. So we have been involved with a number of NGOs and so on, and the government to identify and formulate and propose strategies on how to convert into 100% renewable energy and decarbonize the Danish society. The way we work with it is that we use a computer tool we have developed here at Aalborg University. It's called Energy Plan. It's a freeware. Everybody can download it, and also the results I will show in a minute can also be downloaded, both the data and the input and so on, and the models, so everybody can calculate for themselves and also change if you wish to do that. A lot of people have downloaded it, and it's been widely used all around the world. It forms the basis of more than 100, maybe even many more research papers, and it's also now being taught at several universities around the world, used for training of engineers within energy system analysis and modeling. When we have used and analyzed all this and try to identify doable and affordable ways of going for 100% renewable energy. We have one major conclusion experiments to share, and that is if you want to identify an affordable and doable way of really decarbonizing the whole society or going for 100% renewable energy system, then it's very urgent and very important that you take a holistic, we call it a smart energy systems approach. It's not doable and affordable for each sector, subsector, individual. For example, on the electricity sector on its own, or the heating on its own, or the gas on its own to convert and decarbonize. Then it'll be too expensive in terms of storage and infrastructure and so on if you try to do that. It's when you take the integrated cross-sectoral approach and the different sectors can help one another, you will be able to identify the best solutions. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but some of the main reasons are that the storage of energy, to store energy, it's quite a different cost if you store heat or gas or liquid fuel compared to if you try to store electricity. That is very expensive. So it's when you convert the energy in the right way and store it in the right way that you can find the system that works. And that's also why the model we have, Energy Plan, is really designed to make all the calculations, not only in the electricity, but also in the district heating, the district cooling, the gas and the liquid fuel and the hydrogen, all parts of the system. So here you can really play around with different technologies to convert the different types of energy and different types of storage to storage, hydrogen storage or thermal storage or batteries or whatever. And when you do that, then you can identify a suitable and affordable solution. It's a little bit beyond my presentation here to to go into the details, but we have made a video that is on YouTube called Smart Energy Systems, where we have animated how to do this cross-sectoral and also show how the different sectors assist one another. I will now turn my head to a specific proposal we and the Association of Engineers just made this year in 2020 on giving a concrete proposal on how the Danish government could implement the 70% target of decreasing carbon dioxide emissions in 2030. Quite an ambitious target, so it's also quite a challenging thing to tell exactly how you could do this. First, some considerations that we have in this study. We call it in Danish IDA's klimasvar, and if you translate that to English, it's something like the IDA climate response. IDA is the Danish Engineering Association, and the climate response is sort of how we think that you can address this issue here, our response to how you can implement those ambitious climate change response targets. We have some guiding principles, and one of them is that when you design what to do in 2030, we think it's urgent that you look beyond 2030, because it will be very good if you can reach this aim of 70% reduction in 2030. But after 2030, we have to go move on and take the next steps and eventually be fully decarbonized. We have put the year here 2045 as a target year for fully decarbonization. We used to say 2050, but we think it's due to the urgency of the situation, we should move forward. This is very important. It means that it's not only, of course, we have to prioritize using commercial existing technologies when we reach the target of 2030, the best we can, but also we have to develop further some technologies in order to be able to do it. But while we do this, it's very urgent that we do it in a way so we can actually take the next steps after 2045. And it's also additional urgent that we'll try to realize what kind of technologies do we need after 2030 that we do not have in hand now. So we start to make the necessary innovation and technology development. So we make sure that we have commercially tested technologies and proven technologies in 2030, so we can make the next steps, even though those technologies will not make a big difference in 2030, but we will have to have them ready for the next step. So this is one guiding principle when we look about how to design such proposal. Another guiding principle is that we should make a solution for Denmark that fits well into a context in which the rest of Europe, and by the end of the day, the rest of the world will do the same. We cannot save the world alone in Denmark. We'll have to save our parts together with the rest of the world also doing their share. And that's also pretty important, because I mean you can decarbonize or go to a lot of renewable energy in many ways. You can import biofuels, for example, or you can just build a lot of wind turbines in Denmark and then export the electricity in certain hours and say they replace coal-fired power plants somewhere else. But that will not fit into a situation in which all countries do the same and we all decarbonize. And so that's very important that we do it in a way that fits into such future context. Therefore, Denmark should include our share of international aviation and shipping. And that's actually an issue. I'll come a little back to that later on, but that's very important, and it's also important to be aware that this is actually not included in the UN way of calculating. When we in Denmark say we have this 70% decarbonization target, then it's according to a calculation in which our share of international aviation and shipping is not included. And sooner or later it should be. Somebody should take care of that part also. And of course, in Denmark, we should take care of the Danish share of this consumption. And it's very difficult to deal with because it's a lot of oil in this particular way of this part of the energy supply. Another thing that is very important is that we do not exceed our share of sustainable use of biomass in the world. If we should do this in the world, then there's a limited share of biomass we can use for this, and we should not exceed our part of it. It's also equally important that in terms of flexibility and reserve capacity, that we also do our share in Denmark. In our part of the world, it's our share of the European electricity supply. And there's a lot of studies saying that we can build a lot of wind and PV and so around Europe, and then of course we can help one another if the wind is not blowing so much in one part of Europe and the sun is shining more in another part and so on. And of course we should do that, and we should also have interconnectors to level that out and make use of it. But when you calculate it, it cannot do the whole job. And by the end of the day, you need something that can produce when the wind and the solar is not producing enough for the whole of Europe. You need reserve capacity. And of course, we should collaborate with all our neighbor countries and the rest of Europe when we do this, but we should also provide our share of this. And that's also something we have included in the proposal we have here. This slide here shows the Danish carbon dioxide emission in the UN accounting, as I just mentioned, that is without international aviation and shipping. And it starts with 1990, that is the target year of defined by UN, and then how it's been involved in 2000 and 2010 and 2020. That is our expectation of 2020, not Corona COVID corrected. So it may be a little different, but not a lot different in this diagram here. And then what we call EDA's climate response in 2030, that is how we plan to decrease it. And what we look at in the EDA response is in particular energy and transport, the one that is marked here with the dark blue in the lower part of all the of the showing here. And we do not have agriculture and so on included in ours, but we assume and coordinate with that also agricultural and process and so on will do their share of it. Then we have a proposal. We can show how Denmark looks in 2020. And when we calculate this, we calculate it, as I just mentioned, in our computer models hour by hour. So we can also calculate all kinds of excess production and all these sort of things. But when we then put it into a Sankey diagram showing for the whole year, the Danish situation now in 2020 is more or less as illustrated here. You can see we have a lot of wind power. You can also see on the top that half of our electricity production is coming from wind power. A little more than half actually is expected this year already. But still, you can also see we have a lot of coal and a lot of oil and natural gas in our energy supply, and a lot of that goes to electricity production, the coal, and a lot of the oil for transport, and also some for industry. And our proposal will be then to do a lot within energy efficiency and insulate houses, expand district heating, replace coal, oil, and gas with renewable energy, and so on and so forth. And when we do that, we can turn it into this proposal here in 2030 with then a lot of investments in all types of different technologies. As you can see here, we expand the wind quite a lot. We get rid of most of the oil and the coal. The oil we have left is still for transportation, but there's a lot of electricity for transportation. There's a lot of biomass. There's still a lot of district heating, and there's a lot of excess heat from industry being recycled in district heating, and there's a lot of heat pumps coming in. So there's also then wind via heat pumps going into the heating sector, both in individual houses and also in district energy. When you look upon it and we've sort of divided into 4 sectors. You can see here the blue is electricity, the orange is heating, and the gray one is industry, and the yellow one on the top is transport. And what this diagram shows here, when we make our proposal and decrease the carbon dioxide emission, it is especially the transport that is the hard one to really deal with. So more or less the other sectors we can more or less decarbonize fully, but not the transport sector. This is where we have the hard problems, and this is where it's very important that we start already now to develop technologies so that we'll be able to do that beyond 2030, because that will be the next steps. A lot of discussion in Denmark is also about the the economics of doing this, and a lot of discussion is centered about how many money will the government have to spend out of the state budget to initiate all these things. In Denmark they will miss a lot of taxes because we have taxes on fossil fuels, and very often they'll have to give some type of subsidies or initiatives to make all these investments here. We have listed up all the investments, what is necessary in order to implement our proposal, and you can see also here what it takes. It's building renovation, it's wind power, electric vehicles, individual heat pumps, and a lot of other technologies we'll have to invest in during the next 10 years. And then we have calculated what the annual cost of the Danish society. Here we are not focusing on the Danish governmental budget, but on the Danish society as such, because many of these investments, of course, will not be carried out by the government. There will be private investors, building owners and wind turbine owners and electric vehicle owners and so on that will make these investments here. And then we can calculate the annual cost of doing that of paying for all this in 2030, and that is taking into account that the lifetime, of course, of a building renovation will be much longer, but this is the cost that you'll have in 2030 that we have calculated here on the annual cost in million euro per year. Then to the diagram to the right, we have showed the cost that we have now in 2020 in Denmark, divided into investments, operation and maintenance cost, and fuel costs. And then we have shown, compared to a reference, if we carry on not implementing the green transition, but carry on with fossil fuels. And then we have compared that to our proposal on how to implement the 70% target, the one we call the EDA climate response. Then we are compared to that. And what you can see from this diagram here is that, and as calculated to the left, we really have to increase the cost of investments. That is the dark blue. That will increase a lot. But what you also can see is that the cost of fuel, the yellow one to the top, will decrease equally. And if we use the prices for the markets, international market prices for fossil fuels expected by the Danish Energy Agency for 2030, and that's equivalent to what is expected in the International Energy Agency for the future, then we will save as society, the Danish society, we will save as much on the fuel cost as we will have to pay additional to pay for our investments. So in principle, this do not have to be more expensive if it's carried out in the right way. On the contrary, what you can see here from the diagram is that instead of paying for fossil fuels that is very often imported or in the future will be imported in Denmark, then we will pay money for investment. And that is the investment you see to the left, the building renovation, the wind power and so on. Very often things that we can do in Denmark, at least big parts of it. So this will generate a lot of job and a lot of that money will stay within Denmark. So this will actually be a change in economics of the energy supply, in which we pay less money for import and more money for Danish labor in order to make this green transition. And that will also then, in terms of how you normally calculate economics in growth national products, and then that will increase that, and you can say make us richer. We will have more money to spend in Denmark compared to if we followed the reference and did nothing. At least that's an option if we play our cards right. Then I'll come back to a little bit about the carbon dioxide emission accounting in the UN. If you see the diagram to the upper right corner, that's that's the carbon dioxide emission coming out, and here it's divided on coal, oil, and natural gas, but it's the same numbers that you've seen before, the numbers of 2020. And then if you go to this climate response, this is for energy and transport we look at here. But there are two things that we believe we should be aware of when we do the accounting. The one thing is that actually we do import right now quite some biomass. We burn a lot of wood chips in our power stations for combined heat and power production in Denmark. So we import quite some. And in the UN counting system, depending on how this wood chips and biomass is harvested, then that would generate a carbon dioxide emission somewhere in the world in which we import it from. And according to the UN system, that will then be charged, or that carbon dioxide emission will be accounted for the country of origin of the biomass. But if we include it, actually we have a higher carbon dioxide emission because we import biomass. And right now we import so much biomass that according to what we can analyze here, we are above what is the Danish share of sustainable biomass in the world. So this is actually something we should at least keep an eye on. To the lower left corner, you can see, and the green one that we have put up here, you can see the difference from the imported wood chips. If we calculate that on, and that can be calculated on many ways, but this is a cradle to gate in a 100 years time horizon. We have estimated it here, and it's not easy to absolute numbers, but this is an estimate to show it. And also in our climate response, there will still be some, but if we sort of prioritize and first of all decrease how much we import, but also concentrate on the biomass, for example, the manure and the straws, that could give even a positive contribution, then that's something that could also help on this situation. And that's a consideration we have when we put our proposal together. Another issue, and that's maybe much more important, that is the international aviation and international shipping. And here we have also in the report calculated and identified the Danish share of international shipping and aviation. And if you put that on top of it, you can see that to the diagram to the lower right corner, that is the one shown in orange and blue, dark blue. Then you can see it actually makes quite a difference, especially when we go into the future. And that's not included when we define our targets in Denmark and in many other countries. It's not, because it's not included in the UN way of calculating it on the individual country. It's included in as a generic part. But here you can see that that will grow quite important when we do our. It's almost doubling, or not completely doubling, but it's really increasing the carbon dioxide that we will have in 2030. The share from international aviation and shipping, and we just point out that we will also have to consider that in Denmark. And we already now take some proposals and actions in our proposal on how to do something about it. And after 2030, we will have to deal with it in the next steps. And that's quite a challenge to identify what kind of electric fuels and so on that we will be able to decarbonize those sectors also. Then just to sum up, we have a lot of focus on sector integration, and that is how to balance all the wind power and all the solar that we put in here. And when you do smart energy systems and do this, then if you want to do it in an affordable way, then it's not good to invest a lot of in electricity storage, because it's incredibly expensive. But we invest some in thermal storage, and we use the existing natural gas storage capacity. We also invest in additional electrolysis capacity, because and hydrogen storage, because then we can have a much more flexible system. And this is where there's some also investments in which you can integrate wind with the least costs. We also use a lot of heat pump, as I showed in the other diagram, both in district heating systems and also individually. But especially in the district heating systems, you can use then the overcapacity of heat pumps when it's not winter season, and together with large scale electric boilers, and the thermal storage, and then you can actually implement a solution that is quite flexible in terms of using wind and storing it as heat that you can then use for district heating. We also have intelligent charging of electric vehicle. That's a very good option, but the battery capacity, even though we convert a lot of cars to electric vehicle, is still small compared to the energy storage of thermal and natural gas and liquid fuel. Then we also have some flexible intelligent electricity demand to make the system even more flexible. But this is where we have this sector integration. And it's because we have the sector integration, it's because wind is doing power to heat and power to transport that we can identify this much more affordable storage options in the system we design. And again, we calculate this hourly, so we can account for all types of energy conversion and energy storage for every hour of the year. Then we also have a special attention on the biomass. As I mentioned a couple of times, we actually reduces the biomass consumption in our proposal, and that's also needed. We have a focus on, as mentioned here, Denmark, to reduce the use of biomass and also to use sustainable biomass with low carbon dioxide emissions, and also to prepare for that after 2030 that we have a long-term development in which we will limit ourselves to use the Danish share of sustainable biomass use in the world. And we are on the right track with this proposal we have here already. Then, of course, by the end of the day, we have to build a lot of renewable energy then to convert all the coal and gas and stuff. We have some solar thermal both in district heating and individual houses. We also do some geothermal. We have quite good underground conditions for that in Denmark. Then we expand the PV from 1,000 megawatt to 5,000 megawatt, and we expand the onshore and offshore winds for around 6,000 megawatt now to the double, around 12,000 megawatt. And so we have to double our wind capacity within the next 10 years, meaning that we will have to build even more wind turbines for the next 10 years that we did in the previous 10 years. In the previous 10 years, from 2010 to now 2020, we expanded from 20% to 50%, so we expanded with 30%. Here we have to do there's the same expansion almost twice to reach our goal in the next 10 years. So we have to speed up how many wind turbines we build, and that is also being planned for now. I'll just mention this paper as a last remark, because we have calculated sort of the same type of decarbonization of not only the Danish system but the European system using the same principle. It's called Smart Energy Europe. And in this paper you can see more details if you want to see it in a broader text. And this is also where we sort of align with that. If we do what we proposed in Denmark, then it's actually something that fits into that the rest of Europe could do the same. And in Denmark we provide our share of not using too much biomass, and also providing our share of flexibility in the electricity supply, etc. So now this presentation comes to an end, and I'll just show this final slide here. And here is where you can seek more information. I guess this slide will be made available by the organizers. Otherwise, you can take a look here. Here you can see my personal homepage. You can see where you can find the book. You can see where you can find the paper on Smart Energy Europe I just mentioned. There's also the report. Unfortunately, it's in Danish, so I'm not sure that everybody can have, but at least you have the presentation here now. There's the freeware model energy plan that we use, and there also this video on animated smart energy system that I really advocate that you take a look on if you are interested. And by this final word, I really like to thank you all for hearing my presentation. It's been a pleasure making it, and I hope really that we can meet person to person at some other conferences in the not so far future. But for now, I just want to thank you all. Thank you. Welcome to this keynote presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, dear Professor Lund. It was a detailed, very sophisticated, and a very qualified paper again. And dear audience, thank you very much for your patience. I know it was a long one, but as you see, there were very qualified papers from all over the world, and then we all would like to send our special thanks to our all keynote speakers. And we will continue with with other presentations. And after a little short break, we're going to continue with this room, and also in the second room as well. We are continuing our presentations, and hope to see you again. Thank you very much, and we are going to coming soon back again. Thank you.